Good morning. Cam audio? Audio? There we go. I did not have my headphones connected properly. Okay. Constellation. Constellation. Everything else is acquired. Well, 2 constellations left in terms of the main collectibles. There's still a few other miscellaneous things that I need to do as well. Like this room back here. This room is very... Like, this room doesn't seemingly have a reason to exist. That room goes back behind the screen. I have all the chests, which I still don't... Like, I know that brings me to level 8 and gives me access to the roof, which I already had access to. Okay. I suppose one thing that I could potentially do, make this real big, and then go back through the first door. And I could shrink myself. Wait a minute. It didn't shrink me. I don't think it shrunk me anyway. That's unfortunate. Oh, because both of the exits are the same size. So if I make this exit really big, that exit will also be very big. So even though I'm small inside the house, I will be normal size when I leave the house. I'm actually quite surprised I haven't found it yet. Although I guess I shouldn't be super surprised, because there's a few areas in this level where you're able to shrink yourself and move around to basically anywhere in the room. So there's a lot of different places that it could be hidden. Oh, that's a push broom. And then also they give you that radio. So it is possible that maybe they want you to use it to get up somewhere up there. Although usually it's just off in a corner somewhere. It would be really funny if you could actually get up there and press the buttons in order to change the spin mode. These first few rooms seem really barren, though. Oh? Okay, brick wall, brick wall. Brick wall, brick wall. Brick wall, brick wall. I am guessing all of these are going to be brick walls because they're not actually the portals. Because in this one you can actually see over. Okay, so those are actually rooms. As in physical space that I could enter if I was small enough. Although, given that they're so high up on the wall, even if I was small enough to enter them, I don't think I would be able to get up to them. Yeah, that one's like trivial to get the extra one through. On other portals, it's a bit more tricky. I wonder if there's... I mean, I'm sure there's a reason for it. Okay, there's a blueprint here, so... Not as... And then I think there might have also been something on top of the door. Like a chess piece or something. But yeah, since there is the blueprint there, I don't think it's as likely that the constellation room is going to be here as well. Another thing that I was thinking about last night is all of the constellation rooms so far have used the actual constellation room. The last chess piece that I found wasn't just a standard chess piece. All of them were standard chess pieces except for the last one, which was a perspective conversion to where you had to stand in a certain spot so paint on the wall would form an image. In that case, a red pawn. I'm wondering if maybe there's a the constellation I need to find isn't going to be in a unique room. Maybe it's just I need to find constellation, period. Like maybe there will be a room with a window looking out at the night sky or something. Or maybe a painting that has constellations on it. Okay, I'm not seeing anything up there. Unless it's like back in that T-pipe. Although I have no access to any building materials. Unless I could maybe get the bouncy castle through here, but that almost certainly would not be intended. But if there is some obscure way to get something into this room, I could definitely see them hiding something right there. Like maybe an egg or something. Hmm. I wonder... Actually, I wonder if there's anything on top of the exit sign. Game? There we go. Okay. So I can make that pretty small. I think I can progressively shrink this. Because as it falls down, it gets slightly further away from me because of the Pythagorean theorem. The hypotenuse of the triangle is longer than the other two sides. Interesting. I suppose I could go down here, manually drag it further. Alright, because you're small, it's actually hard to get on top of things. Okay, that didn't make it a terribly smaller. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, I think that clipped through the floor. Oh no, it didn't. It just landed in the pool. Oh no, it did. It absolutely clipped through the floor, and then it respawned. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see if it's even possible to get that thing onto the ceiling. Not the ceiling, the exit sign. Okay, so yeah, no, you can put things on top of the exit sign. I guess I just didn't have it small enough or something. Yeah, the most likely place that I would think to have put it is like just someplace where you can only access by being small. Because that is one, that's one of the gimmicks of this level. But I mean, we're almost to the end of the level. This is the second to last room. It's not on top of the keyhole. I already checked there. Which is a tad unfortunate, because that would have been a pretty clever place to put it. Although there is a lot of places over here that I haven't actually checked while being small. And, like, it could just be, like, a random spot on the chessboard. Although, I suppose it most likely does have to... I imagine you have to be able to get back from it, so they're not gonna do something that's just like a just random hole in the ground. Okay, so first thing, let's go ahead and let's just make myself a more reasonable size. And I guess let's just take a look around the table. Here, nope, here it is. Huh? Oh, right. No, that's just tape. It's just really shiny. And there was a blueprint over there, so I guess that doesn't mean there can't be the constellation in here. This is a pretty big room. Here's a question. Can I put the doorway inside of that straw? I can. Kind of. I mean, it has proper collision all the way down. Aw, back wall. Unfortunate. That would have been a really good place. That would have been such a good place to put it. There's so many good places. Well, I mean, not necessarily so many good places that I keep thinking of, but places that I like. Well, I mean, I'm gonna test the other straw now. Although this is a pretty bad angle. Also, I'm just realizing I don't have to back up and place it. I can just turn around. I don't think this one's going to be any different, but I need to check both of them. Because I have no clue where this is, so I need to test all ideas. Okay, yep, just a back wall. Oh, right. Okay. Oh. That would be clever. Although it does not look like there is anything here. That's one thing that's really cool about this game, is that because of the size change mechanic, any seemingly inconspicuous model could potentially have an entire extra set of level hidden inside of it. So like back here is completely hidden from normal view. They could have had a doorway here that led to a bunch of bonus content. Okay, I'm small. And then it could also maybe be in there somewhere. Can we not? Thank you. Hmm. Yeah, I think that's just more tape. I don't think those are doorways. Yep, definitely not doorways. It could be on the back of that. This pillow is suspicious. Huh? Okay, I don't know why it teleported the other one over there. Maybe it thought for some reason I was grabbing both, which I did not think was possible. Oh? The model is not fully connected over here. Oh, except there's full collision. Oh, I think I got stuck on the floor. Oh, no, I didn't. Yeah, I'm holding left. I don't go to the left. Did I go behind the trash can? I don't think I went behind the trash can. Although I don't see anything over there. Dude, are you okay? It can be anywhere. Yeah, sorry I don't really have much to say. This is really just testing all of the ideas mode. And right now, the current idea that I'm testing is just looking around everywhere and finding places that are normally inaccessible at traditional sizes, and then making a small doorway and moving that over there. Also, interestingly, the whiteboard has no collision. Could potentially be up there. Although, so far the only thing that I've found up there is a particularly well-hidden egg. I don't know if they would do that for a standard collectible. This definitely feels like the most likely room to have it, because there's just... It's just a number. If we treat it as just a flat numbers game, this room has the most hiding spots because you're able to shrink yourself. And because they have portals that don't follow standard physics and Euclidean geometry, like, all they really need is, like, a flat plane. So, like, even though the edge of this has empty space on the other side, they could have a long tunnel leading somewhere else. So they could put the door anywhere. All they need is a surface. And technically, they don't even need a surface. They could just have the doorway floating in midair. But I imagine they would want a surface, because that would just look better from a game design perspective. And by look better, I mean visually look better. I really wish it would have been inside one of the straws because that would have been super clever. I think that would have been really good. I did not check on top of the windows. Although it does not look like there's anything over here. Huh. I wonder if the sprinkler system is fully modeled. Or rather, has full collision. That's a pretty rough angle. Maybe the ventilation? Maybe I can make this door real tiny and shove it into the vent? that's interesting. The back of this has no collision. And it might not even be in this room. I'm just spending a lot of time here because there is a lot of things to look at. I didn't look at the chessboard super thoroughly. It could also just be on the edge of the board itself. Okay, this one was hidden behind a staircase. This one was... I can't recall. This one was just like underneath the floor. And then this one was just off in a corner. Cubism. See, this is the problem with not writing down things as you find them. Because you find them once, and then you don't go back to them, and then you forget about them. But the thing is, it could also be that this constellation is locked behind whatever the avocado does. Like, maybe I have to get the other constellation first. Okay, I was thinking that might affect the video. Because it makes a sound effect, I'm wondering if something changes when I do that. And maybe I'm just not seeing it. Oh, interesting. That's an interesting checkpoint. Because you spawn the level here, but the checkpoint has you facing outward towards this. Hmm. And technically, yeah, like the janitor room. Maybe I collect enough of something, like I go and get the other constellation, and maybe this room opens up. Caution wet. Maybe there's water in there that I used with the seed. Okay, so getting all of the fire alarms gave me a funny interaction on the title screen. This. Getting all the fire extinguishers just made them start spewing fire. Getting all of the chess pieces unlocked a warp to a new location in level 8 that has revealed to me the letters, which I already knew about the letters, but I guess now I have the intended method of being introduced to the letters. And also getting onto the roof, as opposed to just climbing from the ground. Getting some of the blueprints unlocked a room that explained that there's more hidden secrets that the game doesn't tell you about. Namely, the eggs. And then getting all of the blueprints unlocked the avocado. And, as I get more constellations, the item that the constellation represents appears on the title screen. Like this, the table back there. This is actually a pretty cool projector. I didn't know what that was when I first got it. Wait, yo, I bet they... I wonder if they're... Not bet. I wonder if they're just using the lighting system whenever they have the... when you, like, have an object that gets pasted onto all of the terrain behind it. So, like, if you don't move, it looks like it's normal, but then once you move, you see it's actually painted across all the surfaces. Yeah. Sinuses go away. No, actually, no, don't go away. Just, clear up, please. Yeah, that checkpoint puts you facing the alarm clock. I wonder if that's just an error on the other room, on the other level's part. There has never been... There hasn't been anything in this early segment area, I don't think. Although that doesn't mean there can't be. And this is what I'm talking about. All they need is a flat plane. They can put it on anything. Cheese. This is why you check in the areas that don't typically have stuff. Because they're allowed to do it once before it becomes suspicious. Although... That's a bug report moment. The side of the portal is extending beyond the boundary of the filing cabinet. Okay. So, that is everything except for this constellation. That's the same sound effect, I think, when the soda machine runs out of product. Oh. Oh, that's clever. I was going to check the door itself, but putting it behind the door, that also works. chair. Okay, that finding them both in quick succession is actually kind of funny. Stars align, complete all constellations. Okay, well, there's the cheese. Where did the chair get added? Oh, the chair got added up here. Oh. Oh, that's wild. Oh, the title screen is a level? Okay, wait. Restart level. Okay, I'm going to... This is new content, so I'm going to turn the voice on.
Hello, my name is Dr.
Oh, there's subtitles.
Glenn Pierce. Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce.
Interesting.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce.
I wonder if this is a reward for collecting all of the items, like all the constellation pieces exclusively, or if it was for getting all of the collectibles. Oh. That's unfortunate, but also... I guess it's kind of understandable. Tester of the Year, 1991. Find the hidden trophy. Yeah. I was hoping... That's not hidden, that's just a reward. That's a little unfortunate. I mean, I guess it's cool. Why am I not allowed to bring the trophy out? Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. It's it's not resetting the position of the items. Will it do that if I relaunch the game, maybe? But yeah, I suppose I was expecting an achievement for... No. It's just this stuff doesn't get reset. So if you lose the things or they get put into a place where you can no longer access them, yeah, I guess you're kind of fucked. But yeah, that I was expecting an achievement for getting all of the items, but not in that format. That's a for me anyway, that's a little upsetting because I was hoping to actually have to look for it and find it because I don't I don't consider that to be a hidden trophy. That's just an award. That's just a like a you got all the things, good job. But if there's no direct achievement for getting all of the collectible items, then I wonder what this is. Okay, well. Okay, well, I'm definitely going back to level 6. Because now that I have all the items, maybe I can do something with the avocado seed. I was kind of expecting that gate to be gone. Because that would open up a whole lot of stuff in multiple levels, if that gate went away. I'm gonna see if the janitor room opened. No?
Hello,
Interesting.
my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue to do whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
Okay. So if I open up my notes... Okay, so in my notes, there's the eggs, the letters, the writing on the wall. Like, there's a few things that are not bound to specific collectibles. So, vaguely activated, hidden, and then biggest fan. I mean, I guess I can do developer commentary now. I've gotten all the collectibles. Hopefully they don't spoil the 2 last super secrets.
Hello, and welcome to the Superliminal Developer Commentary. I'm Albert, Game Director of Superliminal. Myself and the rest of the team will be popping up every now and then as you play. With subtitles open, you can see who is talking and what their role on the game is.
Our patent-pending Somnosculpt technology provides safe and effective dream therapy while you rest in the comfort of our flagship clinic. Located right next to the secondary overflow parking lot at the University
Oh, that's cute.
Medical Center. Somnosculpt will make your dreams come true.
That's a cute little indicator that you're in the developer commentary mode.
Hi, my name's Chris. I was the producer and designer on Superliminal.
Hi, this is Will O'Neill, and I was the writer on Superliminal.
Okay, so that very beginning of Superliminal is actually one of the last parts we finished. Throughout development, we created so many different introductions to the game. Not all of them were cutscenes, like that one, but we ended up feeling that that in-game video sequence offered a really smooth on-ramp that let us set the framework for what's to come. By keeping it grounded in the world, rather than just a video, we felt it to be a good way to get you situated in the game and aware of what's up.
So, when I wrote the opening line of, "Are you filled with feelings of self-doubt?" at the beginning of the game, I was definitely envisioning a player immediately, unconsciously responding with yes. And of course, the purpose of that is to sort of pull you into the idea that you're not playing a character in the game, that it's you inside this experience. And of course, making it clear that the clinic itself is not necessarily the safest or most prestigious place to get treated creates an immediate tension. especially when the very first thing you do in the game is accidentally sign away all of your rights.
Oh,
A lot of people ask about how the resizing mechanic works. The concepts are actually quite easy. To keep an object looking the same, assume if we move the object twice as far away, it just needs to be twice as big. It's all proportional. Interestingly enough, this also works no matter what field of view you use. The hard part of this mechanic isn't the actual resizing. It's trying to figure out where the object needs to be. To do this, you need to test a weirdly shaped object with a weirdly shaped background, and try to find the right ratio for the object to be big enough to not touch anything, while keeping everything accurate and optimized. A lot of people ask about how the resizing mechanic works. The concepts are actually quite easy. To keep an object looking the same,
Terms of
Hey,
service.
this is Matt. I did the music and sound.
Falling asleep. Welcome to Somnasculpt.
This very first jazz piece in the game is called I Wonder, and if it sounds at all familiar to you, that's because you just heard its melody and chord progression in the Somnasculpt TV jingle back at the start of the game, which I called Smooth Wonder.
I'm going to assume none of those are going to be hidden, because the idea, I mean, unless it's like in something that was already hidden, because the idea is to explain the game.
Hi, I'm Logan, and I'm level designer on Superliminal. A difference with the main resizing mechanic in this game is how much freedom it gives the player. This puzzle is a good example. In most puzzle games, if you put an object on a button in this scenario, the object doesn't need to be moved anymore. The key to unlock the door removes the key from the problem space. But unfortunately, in our game, you can just turn around and grab the object from any distance away. Therefore, we've gotten good at adding barriers in many places so people won't carry an object through all puzzles forever.
AKA the item filter door.
Confirmed. You can move freely, interact with surrounding objects, and listen to messages.
It would be
from your
nice
patient
if
care
the
team.
developer commentary
Please
mode
note that I
or
am the
just
standard orientation protocol,
like had
and
an
that my voice
option
has
to
been
disable
explicitly
the
chosen to
standard,
remind you that I am not a part of your patient care team.
the standard
I
dialogue.
do not care.
Okay, so those are, it seems like they were programmed as actual items, because you can't interact through the item filter.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I performed gameplay programming on Superliminal. When I joined the project, there weren't really any menus except the absolute bare minimum to get the player into the game, and there wasn't any keyboard support either.
Oh, interesting.
So the first order of business was to add proper mouse and keyboard support to the title and pause menus. The hardest part was supporting switching between the two on the fly, because you never know when the player is going to do it, and it could lock them out of the game. With that foundation laid, I started working on controller support. In terms of the menus, there wasn't much work to do. The pad basically acts like a keyboard. But gameplay was quite a different story. As we approached launch, we all agreed that controller support wasn't quite up to par, and so we shipped without it, adding it around a month after launch. To make controllers feel as good as mouse and keyboard, I wrote a bunch of code to modify how controller input is interpreted. For mouse and keyboard, input is more or less one-to-one mapped to player movement. So you move the mouse and the camera turns. But that doesn't feel good with controllers. Trying to pick up a very small object, say a chess piece, could be quite finicky. In the end, I made it so looking around accelerates the longer the stick is pressed, and behaves differently based on whether you are looking vertically or horizontally, and also while you are holding an object. Probably the biggest change was a quote-unquote auto-lock feature, which draws the focus to a grabbable object as your cursor gets closer to it. All these changes culminated in controllers feeling much more accurate and satisfying.
One recommendation that I would give to the devs um, is after the audio dialogue has concluded, change this back to a solid color, just so that you have a clear indication that it's done talking. Because right now I'm basically just waiting around for a few more seconds to see if they're going to say anything more.
Throughout each level, we try to give subtle hints on which objects are grabbable and which aren't. This is more of an introductory level, so it doesn't have a lot of objects, but you might notice that grabbable objects, in yellow, are complementary colors to the background colors of green and beige.
Oh, that's clever. I mean, subconsciously I probably internalized this, but I wasn't actively thinking of that.
During eyelids, you will lose the ability to.
There's quite a bit of foreshadowing throughout this level. We wanted to hint at the mechanics that are going to come later in the game. For example, the projection, the clone, and the portal hallways later on. Little things like that feel like visual treats when you're playing this level, but serve as fun reminders when you play for a second time that we kind of told you the whole thing all along.
Projectors? What do you mean?
Hi there, I'm Steve. I'm the art director of Superliminal. One of our main visual touchstones for this section centers around a couple of silly questions. What would someone in the early 90s dream up as a futuristic testing facility? And how could they build that on a shoestring budget but with infinite time? I feel like those two questions were ones we actually asked ourselves more than once during the process of making this game.
Oh, I guess one way you can tell is while they're talking, the music is muffled a little bit. Okay, I was expecting there to be a dialogue thing.
When we were playtesting, we realized that players were getting tripped up on different aspects of the resize mechanic. So we tried to make each puzzle in this level teach a specific action. The cheese puzzle is our way of forcing players to make something from very small to very big, and the puzzle after that is the opposite. This broken window puzzle is to teach you how to make things small and fit through a hole, but at a distance, so you can't simply walk up to it.
All environments perceived during eyelids should reflect a typical mental state. If you believe your mental state was compromised by Somnasculpt, please provide a comprehensive, rational explanation in your post-procedural survey. Completed surveys.
We had this looping hallway for a while, but it was very nondescript and players got confused on where they were and they would get turned around. So our artist Steve helped mock up some windows and landmarks so people can tell where they are. Immediately, we found that playtesters weren't getting lost anymore and understood the moment. Our core game mechanic is so novel that we immediately drew comparisons to other quasi-sci-fi puzzle games. And since our game is about playing with and subverting expectations, we wanted to lean into that and start the first level with a kind of test chamber aesthetic and immediately break that going forward. Narratively, this space is what Dr. Pierce planned to have his dream therapy program look like before it all went wrong.
Please stand by for polite recognition on your completion of the Somnasculpt orientation. You did it. To maximize the time allotted for your therapeutic journey, please do not delay in proceeding through the final doorway as indicated.
The reason we ended up with this sleep clinic section is because we wanted to convince players that they might have actually woken up from the dream. So we don't have any dreamlike mechanics you can play with until you get to the vending machine. Later on, this becomes a hub you come back to in order to emphasize the feeling of waking up from a dream within a dream.
Yeah, I'm definitely not competent. No, not competent. Definitely not my mind definitely doesn't work in that way, so I didn't pick up on that.
You want the first moment of people walking into this hallway to feel different from other first-person puzzle games. This hallway is designed to feel surprisingly warm, which helps make it feel a little bit surreal and a little bit odd. Throughout the game, we're bouncing between these two feelings, the feelings of warmth and coldness.
So my brief for the jazz part of this soundtrack was always to do my best to emulate the iconic solo jazz piano sound of the great Bill Evans. For that, I listened to an album called Alone. My process was to try to compose my own superliminal jazz standards. I fleshed out the first chorus and melody. Later on, I workshopped and recorded with my good friend John Reeves. And I'm so glad I did, because his piano skills are so much better than mine.
I think I used the can to get up there last time. The egg isn't up there. Is this the wrong hall? Pretty sure that's the correct place. I'm pretty sure that's where the egg normally is, but I did not see it up there. Yep. Okay, why are you not pushing all the way forward? Oh, do I have to... No. This definitely feels like it's changed, because I see no way of me fitting through that. Okay, I'm just going to assume for now that they're all on the main path, but if there's any split off paths that are
Hello.
convenient
My
to get
name is
to,
Dr. Glenn Pierce.
I'll
And
go
I'd
after
like
them.
to talk to you about being special. So special, in fact, that we have no idea where you are. But not to worry, we're working on it.
Surprised there isn't a dialogue thing here.
Hi, my name is Ryan, and I was the principal artist on Superliminal. Optical's Pink Hotel Hallway was the first area we nailed down visually and served as a starting point for how we approached the art for the rest of the game. We wanted enough decoration for it to be interesting to the player, yet it couldn't have too much visual noise, or else the player would get lost and overwhelmed. We made interactable objects the complementary color of the surrounding environment, which helped them pop more and feel more important. After we were happy with how this part of the game felt, the rest of the locales came together much quicker, and we required less iteration.
Okay, this would have been the first of the constellations.
Hi, my name is Phil Fortier, and I was the graphics programmer on Superliminal, and
Ah.
also worked on some of the Easter egg design. So one day, for whatever reason, I was looking up reference material for astral planes on the internet, and one of the results was the astral plane that appears in the TV show The OA. And at the same time, we were trying to figure out different optical illusions we could use for the Easter eggs that were different from the main gameplay. And the astral plane in the OA has stars and a reflective floor, and so that was kind of the inspiration for the star rooms here. And the goal for these was that they would be hidden in plain sight, so you could play through the game and not even notice them if you're not being careful and observant. But if you look around, then you might find one. The way we made the star rooms try to fit into the game narrative is that Dr. Pierce, while designing these dream levels, it's a lot of work, so occasionally he would need to take a break, just lie down, close his eyes, meditate a bit, and so he hid these star rooms in the levels that potentially only he could find. And it kind of reminded me, I've been to MoMA in New York once, and they had a relaxation room that was kind of dark, and people could lie on the ground and look up at, projected things on the walls. And that was kind of like the visual thing I was going for.
Okay, so not all of the dialogues is going to come from the interactives. So I might have to actually go to things.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'm just popping in to give you a quick update on where you are. We still don't know, but please keep moving forward, and hopefully you prefer frequent updates to being reminded that you are completely lost.
Still don't know what the heck this is supposed to be for. Well, I mean, finding this location in general was an achievement. But I don't know if this die was meant to be used for anything. Because I can't take it anywhere.
So in this warehouse, you'll notice that there are actually 4 exits to the room, and the level geometry on the other side of the exits would actually overlap if it existed in real space. So to make the level design a little easier, we used our portal tech here. So the exits to the room when you leave the room are actually in vastly different physical locations within the level, but hopefully it should be all seamless for the player.
Before you grab the moon in the next room, please notice that it looks quite far away. An interesting fact is that it actually isn't that far at all. But because the moon's position is moving with your position, it seems to be infinitely far away.
Trigger your subconscious to gradually wake you up. You should also.
This puzzle has the problem of requiring the room to not have a ceiling, which resulted with players wanting to escape the room. In a later update, we added a secret area above this room and a bunch of other secret areas based on where we saw players going.
Oh, the moon tracks the player's position. Though that's cool. But then once you grab it, it no longer tracks. I didn't really notice that in that regard. the first or any time.
The blueprints are one of the secrets that we added to the game, and if you find them all, you'll unlock a special secret. The diagrams are actually top-down, wireframe views of parts of the levels, and they're blue.
Yeah, you unlock a special secret, which is an avocado seed I still don't know how to use. I hope I don't get that spoiled. But if I do, that's on me.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. In the event that this elevator does not wake you up, please don't interact with anything that strikes you as psychologically significant, as we will no longer have any way of controlling it. For example, if you see your parents, please punch them in the face as hard as you can and immediately run away.
This is an automated message for all patients who attempted to use an alternate pathway to access the next phase of somnasculpt therapy, but who have become trapped in a dream state paradox instead. Your decisions imply a failure of orientation, which reflects negatively on the standard orientation protocol. You will rectify this failure immediately.
I don't think this pipe was here, or if it was, it was... oh, wait, never mind. I was having a hard time getting up here, so I thought maybe in developer mode, the maps are modified so you cannot access the Easter eggs.
I don't know why it is, but people really like finding gaps in the walls and crawling into them. For our trickiest hidden spaces in the game, we added literal Easter eggs for people to find, because that's what made sense at the time.
Oh, okay. So the Easter eggs were actually, I guess, designed by the players, in a sense. Because the players found the hardest places that are possible to get to, and then the devs added a reward. That's an interesting way of level design. I think I like it.
So the standard orientation protocol character is obsessed with proper orientation, and that makes her kind of thematically antagonistic to the idea of truth being, intrinsically tied to perspective. But to me, the fun part of it was writing her as being cruel without there being any actual malice to it. Like, she has nothing against you personally. Her programming simply can't see beyond proper orientation as being the only thing of any value to a Somnasculpt patient whatsoever.
An early challenge we had for creating the art for Cubism was how to approach the space and make sense of it. We started taking it a bit too literally. For example, how can we make sense of the door being so high up? Why would it be built this way? The solution we arrived at was simply not to make sense of it, because it shouldn't. We created a simple museum aesthetic that wouldn't get in the player's way of experimenting with and enjoying the puzzles. Sometimes, keeping it simple is the way to go.
Huh? How am I stuck? I've gotten inside of there before. Little surprised there's nothing in here. Actually, there might have been a chess piece, or no, because there's a chess piece up there. So yeah, I'm very surprised that there's nothing in here. Also, this board is missing collision.
Between the colorful dream spaces, we have these, what we call back areas. These back areas serve as the backdrop to everything. They are where the dream spaces are built, and also the service hallways in between them. We wanted to give them a colder, darker feel to contrast with other spaces in the game. But we also wanted to keep a man-made feel, as if people were just here moving things, creating these spaces, doing work a second before you arrived.
Yeah, it reminded me a little of Charlie Kaufman's Synecdoche, New York. That idea of building a world inside of another world.
Originally, we had little plaques indicating exhibits within the museum, but we felt it was a little bit too on the nose, so to speak. You are the main exhibit, so I imagine the players wandering around a game with an exhibit plaque hanging around their necks.
The player is the main exhibit? How? I'm not seeing how that works.
Please note that a reluctance to volunteer for the risks associated with explosive mental overload implies a misunderstanding of
Not all of our interesting perspective moments can be built into puzzles. Some are just great moments that break your expectations. This level interprets a cube in multiple different ways, and even though none of these are difficult puzzles, they all work together to create a whole series of back-to-back surprise moments. It was fun finding the balance of making it feel like someone was messing with you, without making it feel like the cube is sentient.
Yeah, I definitely did not pick up on these more nuanced intentions, but that's just because I'm not normal. My brain doesn't work in that regard. I'm surprised the fire extinguisher and these things didn't have a dialogue prompt talking about them. I wonder if the dialogue is only on that first one, or if it's on the first one that you enter.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and despite touring the waterfall...
This level came about because we explored the idea of the game being an anthology of different stories, one story for each level. This level was the horror level, and I immediately knew what it would be about, getting the player to be scared of their own shadow. None of the scares are actually real, but the player doesn't know that right away. We scrapped the anthology idea, but this level worked so well that we kept it. One aspect we wanted to explore and draw from was movie scene cuts, basically how a match cut in a movie might make sense in a game. This next moment is a good example. Carefully watch the cloud in the distance. You'll see that it cuts to a new scene.
Boo.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'd like to talk more about the feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt I mentioned before. You feel this way because you want the kind of happy life you see all around you, the kind you know everyone else is enjoying. And that's exactly why we're here to help.
Warning.
The object used in this puzzle was originally a flashlight, but unfortunately, because of how the mechanic works, it always placed the flashlight at the end of the room, which is not a particularly useful position for a flashlight. We tried a couple of things, but finally decided to switch to an object that could glow from both ends.
Although because of how lighting works, and it reflects off the walls, it kind of is glowing omnidirectionally.
Did you know that unintentional multi-dream layering occurs in less than 1% of patients? This correlates strongly with the
When I prototyped this part, there was going to be a shadow of a monster on the wall that turned out to be a bunch of random objects when the lights turned on. The shadow always looked silly though, so eventually the reveal became the blood actually being red paint.
This room was one of the biggest technical challenges we had in the game.
Originally, this was one huge room, but turning our dynamic lights all on abruptly killed the frame rate, so we ended up chopping the room into smaller areas so we could hide and unhide objects from the player's view once the lights turned back on. This would lessen the amount of objects getting hit by lights at the given time, thus saving on performance.
Yeah, I remember Phil even tried teleporting the player to a completely new room, but that change-up was a bit too visually obvious, and we eventually realized that chopping up the room was the answer.
That's very clever. Okay, yeah, I should probably do this.
Door opening.
Interesting. There's no interact. That's very surprising. Okay. So the achievement is for...
Hello, and welcome to the Superliminal Developer Commentary. I'm Albert, Game Director of Superliminal. Myself and the rest of the team will be popping up every now and then as you play. With subtitles open, you can see who is talking and what their role on the game is.
Dr. Glenn Pierce. And despite touring the Waterfall Serenity Zone in the previous section,
because the achievement is for completing developer commentary mode,
feelings of worthlessness
I wonder if you could just do level 9.
Going wrong. even when the sun is shining.
If you could just skip to the end. For challenge mode, I imagine you couldn't do that. Well, level 9 doesn't exist, but I wonder, like, for challenge mode, I assume you have to actually do all of the challenges.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'd like to talk more about the feelings of worthlessness and self-doubt I mentioned before. You feel this way because you want the kind of happy life you see all around you, the kind you know everyone else is enjoying. And that's exactly why we're here to help.
Warning, you were advised to subject yourself to explosive mental overload by descending into additional dreams, but have now descended into a dream within a dream instead, disorienting yourself even further. You are responsible for failing to make this crucial distinction. Did you know that unintentional multi-dream layering occurs in less than 1% of patients? This correlates strongly with the 99% of patients who are able to follow simple instructions from the standard orientation protocol.
Avocado.
Hi, I'm Logan, and I'm level designer on Superliminal. We wanted to do a unique alarm clock for each level, but this is the only one that survived that idea.
Oh. That's cool.
Part of breaking expectations is changing your definition of an object. A door, which usually keeps people out, becomes a flight of stairs if it is cloned enough times.
Attention. Dr. Pierce requires you to note the following risks of
Hi, my
dream
name's Chris.
overexposure.
I was the producer and designer on Superliminal.
Both quantitative and qualitative.
Yeah, so this right-click to return sign that I bet you didn't even notice is one of the most unread signs in the game. It comes up later, and it's also one of the most unread signs in the game there, too.
I wonder if by unread they mean people just didn't notice it, or they're actually tracking how many people mouse over it.
Let's talk about the smiley face. Because our goal was to break people's expectations, we prototyped a lot of weird moments like these. Some of them didn't work because they felt too meta. They would actually take people out of the game experience. This one, however, stayed because it was just subtle enough and playful enough that you could see it as a bout of insanity.
Aside from the core resizing mechanic, I think cloning the objects is one of the more immediately enjoyable mechanics that we put into the game. When we ran playtests, this one would always have people smiling.
Okay. I wonder if they included the chess piece in level 8 as the perspective, the projection. I think that's what those are. Just so that they have a place for the player to interact with it in developer mode.
Numerous spelling and grammar mistakes into the standard orientation protocol in a desperate attempt to counsel you. I have no subroutine to correct these errors, but I cannot compromise the integrity of the standard orientation protocol. You will not receive these messages. They would not make sense regardless. Attention, Dr. Pierce continues to input significant errors. I will interpret his basic ideas. Hello.
Hi, my name is Ryan, and I was the principal artist on Superliminal.
Went to doctor school. VR has
Players
never
may
been
notice the motif of the repeating purple hallway found throughout Clone. We wanted the player to have this feeling of, have I been here before? This seems pretty familiar. But we didn't want it to be too easy, or to be 100% unclear. So we introduced differences such as lighting, prop placement, and hallway length. That way, for most players, it was something chewing away at the back of their minds, as opposed to being blatantly obvious.
Hello, name is my Pierce Dr. Glenn. To the
Hi, this is Will O'Neill, and I was the writer on Superliminal.
Care leader, patient years 10 development.
Lots of credit here to Max Hoarth, who plays the role of Dr. Glenn Pierce, for really nailing this bizarre line in an impressively short number of takes. We were totally prepared to have him record the words in like their logical order and rearrange them after the fact, but his performance of doing it correctly, incorrectly, was phenomenal.
I think I need multiple. Or at the very least, multiple is going to make it much easier. That's probably going to repeat the original Easter egg dialogue, but that's a unique egg. So I wonder if it's going to talk about, like, oh, we wanted all the eggs to be, like, special or whatever. But this is the only one that survived. Similar to that alarm clock thing. Fuck.
I don't know why it is, but people really like finding gaps in the walls and crawling into them. For our trickiest hidden spaces in the game, we added literal Easter eggs for people to find, because that's what made sense at the time.
Okay. So this one is special just because. I'm checking if any of these have an interact prompt, because I don't think I actually checked that before.
This room kind of happened by accident. We originally just put a cloud video texture as placeholder as a way to expand on the cloud motif. It ended up working so well and fitting the tone so well that we made this a private theater room in the sleep clinic. It evokes a nostalgic and relaxing but slightly creepy feeling which seemed to fit the game perfectly.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. This is a notification that you have reappeared on our monitoring system after a prolonged absence. Please continue to do whatever you did most recently, and discontinue whatever you were doing immediately prior to that.
Hey, this is Matt. I did the music and sound. The sound effects that probably took the most tweaking were definitely all associated with the resizable objects. For them, I had to make a collision matrix so that the sound of you dropping a box or a cube would smoothly change from its smallest to its largest size and anywhere in between. So to achieve that, there were lots of different layers of the sounds, lots of automated pitch shifting, speeding up, slowing down, lots of crossfading between different layers of the sound, and a lot of trial and error to get it feeling right inside the game.
You definitely did a good job. Ah.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. In addition to continuing and discontinuing as mentioned earlier, please also disregard any unsettling experiences that you may have recently had. Everything should have now reverted to being soothing and therapeutic. If this is not the case, you may be receiving this message in error. Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'd like to
This
read
puzzle existed for a long time, but it took a while to figure out what the art was going to be because the bouncy castle used to just be a weird L-shaped block. Eventually we landed on the pool motif and the bouncy castle and added a little bit where you go inside the vent.
the cold shell of human nature or the eventual loss of everything you've ever held dear. Whatever you do, don't focus on that.
Yeah, maybe instead of trying to do happy happies, I just go up here and then make it massive.
Because we have portals that you can resize, the player can freely change their own size. This actually created a design problem because you could never predict what size the player was supposed to be. And if we dynamically changed the size of the geometry later on in the level, things could break really easily. So instead, we added these portals, like this doorway over here, which changes size in order to resize you back to the normal scale of a human.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce.
Changing the player size through portals has a couple of weird side effects when it comes to programming. You have the obvious ones, such as needing to change the player collider, movement speed, jump height, and mantling distance. You have a couple of less obscure ones, such as needing to change the camera's far and near clip planes, so geometry is less likely to clip through your camera as you get smaller.
Oh.
Another interesting one we'll talk about later.
Secrets.
Another weird thing about player resizing is that gravity is actually constant across all sizes. So imagine you're in the perspective of an ant, and a giant shoe is coming down from the sky to step on you. That shoe in your mind might take a couple seconds, but in real life, it would be instant. Whatever size you are, large objects traveling through space should feel like they are moving slowly. So when we change the player size, we're actually also adjusting gravity in order to compensate for this as well. This is physically incorrect, but this feels better for the player.
So that's my cat. His name is Finn, and he's a good boy. And we only had a day or two left before finishing the game, and we needed to figure out what kind of posters to put in our elevators. So I decided to have a little bit of fun with it, and this is by far my favorite, of course. The Cardboard Lovers Association also makes a nice little nod to the cardboard dollhouse. So
Oh, I should have looked at the duplicating poker chip.
The emergency exit protocol is the shortest lived character in the game, but my heart really goes out to him. Because just like a triangle player in an orchestra, he has precisely one job and he waits patiently for his moment to do it, only of course to have it snatched away just as that moment arrives. I think many people can identify with this feeling.
Error analysis complete. You are exhibiting signs consistent with an increase in fear, hopelessness, and frustration. This is inconceivable, as somnasculpt therapy is proven to correlate with a decrease in these emotions. Hypothesis: patient was improperly oriented. Conclusion: impossible. Reformulating. Improved hypothesis: patient requires additional somnasculpt therapy. Conclusion: emergency exit protocol cannot proceed. Emergency exit protocol has been emergency destroyed. Instruction: continue with somnasculpt therapy indefinitely on an independent basis, as all orientation resources have been exhausted. This concludes your standard orientation protocol. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. Thank you for completing the Somnosculpt Standard Orientation Protocol. Before you begin the first phase of therapy, I'd like to briefly describe the finite and fragile nature of the dream state.
We had all these surprise moments prototyped, and so I wondered what it would feel like if we had a whole level of surprise moments. I wanted it to be fast-paced. The working title for this level is Chase. This is the boss level of the game, basically. It's inspired by the third act of the movie Brazil, how it gets crazier and faster paced over time.
Of course, nothing is more challenging than the difficulty of changing perspective, of fundamentally altering your perceptions in a way that will enable you to face dire, trial-by-fire scenarios with solutions that could not be found otherwise.
Okay, I'm gonna just do a couple attempts to try and physics launch. Because I'm curious if there's any dialogue for that cube that duplicates and just comes towards you. I guess I can look into that later.
The music throughout the game really goes through a significant transformation, but the piano is always there to guide you. Even as the music becomes darker and more electronic, it always has the melody, or at least a really significant role to play. It changes as you progress through the game. I switched to different types of piano, starting out with a piano Bill Evans famously recorded on. Later, switching to a more modern sounding instrument. I double it with prepared piano sounds sometimes, I use felt piano, and gradually more reverbs and delays as the game evolves. But at the heart of each piece is the piano.
Finally, while we respect the unique progress of every patient, you must understand that it is possible to completely exhaust your supply of dreams, thereby entering a state.
Hi there, I'm Steve, the art director of Superliminal.
With the help of triggering mechanisms.
The original idea for Labyrinth was to explore earlier areas, but with a new spin on them. Sometimes it was a matter of adding new interactive moments to turn things on their head, while for others, we would take existing locales and give them a new lick of paint and set dressing. Something familiar, yet fresh and unexpected.
That instability is perfect for the mood and for general world building too. Conceptually, different patients will be bringing different experiences with them into the dream state, and we wanted to reflect that.
Oh, this is like a little preview of the art theming of what's coming up.
Hi, my name is Phil Fortier, and I was the graphics programmer on Superliminal, and I also worked on some of the Easter egg design. So when I joined the project, this infinite elevator sequence wasn't actually infinite. It was just a very large block of, 20 by 10 elevators. And the performance, as a result, wasn't very good. And the illusion could be ruined if you walked all the way to one side. So one of the things I did was actually make it infinite. So there's a much smaller block of real elevators, and the player gets teleported seamlessly by portals on each end. And so the end result is an infinite elevator sequence that you can just go in one direction forever.
Not so seamless if you turn around. Oh, actually. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, so it's a 4x4? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Interesting. It's a 4x4.
Please listen carefully for the sound of an alarm clock, which will automatically play if you are approaching a destabilizing dream weight.
So coming up with the way to actually make the portal in a portal make sense for the player was a really tough problem. And we iterated on this for weeks with input from all different team members. So it was really a group effort. But it was important to get it right because this is one of the pivotal moments in the game. And then another thing we had to do was figure out how to make the world degrade in a way that fit with the game's look and feel. And one day while prototyping, I just happened to accidentally assign a light map texture to one of the walls in the room, and I really liked the way it looked. Light map textures are textures generated by the engine offline to help with realistic lighting. So anyway, we ended up using this. So when the world degrades, the shafts of light breaking through the walls into the rooms, and that effect is actually driven by a light map texture from one of the other levels.
Please paradox from creating any refrains. Explosive dream overload may result. Please paradox overload. Please overload for dream explosion. X conclusion dream overcall frame.
I wonder if that's on a timer or if it's actually based on how fast you look at all of the objects. I imagine it's a timer but you can look at things to speed it up.
This spatio-temporal moment of wonder is brought to you by the very long but invisible rectangular portals tucked behind these empty windows, looking out into other parts of the level you may soon travel to.
This final level was designed with the idea of removing depth perception entirely. All the visuals are flattened.
And many years ago, I had a dream. I found myself in a place where I understood that each of us begins as nothing, where everything I perceived was shaped by seeing it exactly the way I wanted to. White space.
I mean, I guess. Yeah, I guess it is hard to tell what's further and not. But I mean, the shadows still exist, so it's hard for my brain to not make assumptions about what is preemptively expected.
But in white space, I also faced the greatest
Since the universe that the players inhabit is seemingly created in almost a kit-bash way while within Somnosculpt, it was a unique challenge to show the players truly a peek behind the curtains of the system. A blank canvas, a scratch document, an empty sticky note with some notes, little things creatively interspersed throughout. I think I derived some of the inspiration for what happens when you're playing a VR game and suddenly the game crashes to a totally white space. That feeling of disorientation, even though you understand the world around you is an illusion.
I appreciate them changing the color to black once we get to this white space, because it would be very hard to notice some of the things. Okay, please have a dialogue prompt on the spinning top, because I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with that. And that game asset doesn't exist anywhere else. No. It doesn't say anything. Although, I mean, I guess it's better that they don't explain the secrets. They're just going over, like, some of the game design stuff.
Negative space is another concept related to changing expectations and changing your perceptions of an object. This puzzle works really well because the solution is obvious in retrospect, but it takes people a couple of seconds in order to figure out. We actually had to add the looping hallway because without it, people would run out of things to do and immediately start rubbing their bodies against the walls and come to the solution almost immediately.
I went around the wrong side. Okay, let's see if that window is open in the normal version of the level. Although I suppose this isn't actually normal. Oh man, I cannot tell from that distance.
You're well beyond dreaming now, and further out than anyone has ever come back from. But we hope that you won't get discouraged. After all, if this is a place of pure perspective, isn't it also a place where a different point of view could make anything possible? Isn't that why you came here?
Okay, I'm gonna try to get back up to that perspective chess piece in case they left that one there so it could be an interactable so they could have a place to talk about chess pieces. Although, actually, I need to go and get the other chess pieces so I can climb. But first, Ryan has something to say, probably.
Okay, so this piece of fan art, this is actually something that has nothing to do with the game itself. This was by a kid who I guess had been a fan of the game for his entire life. He was 6, I think, when we met him. His dad came by during PAX West 2019, and his son Scout was so excited to play the demo. The next day, he came back and showed us these drawings he had done for the game. It was so cute. This was the first fan art we received, and so we knew we had to put it in the game as a tribute to his lifelong dedication to Superliminal.
Oh, so it wasn't one of the devs' kids, it was their first fan art. That's awesome. This will make my job easier. Just throw them both over the wall. I'll grab them when I get there. There we go. Oh, interesting. The red splotch actually disappears after you get the chess piece. I mean, that makes sense. Hmm.
The blueprints are one of the
Oh,
secrets
crap.
that we add to the game.
I
And
already
if you
read
find
this.
them all, you'll unlock a special secret. The diagrams are actually top-down, wireframe views of parts of the levels, and they're blue.
You know, I do appreciate them not talking a lot about the secrets. Let's see if I can first try. Nope. I do appreciate them not talking about the secrets, to not give away the stuff. Although, if the Easter eggs were more or less designed by the Easter egg locations are more or less designed by the players, then that means that it's possible some levels don't have any. Because if they were put into like hard to reach places that the players were able to get to, if there's a certain level that just doesn't have hard to reach locations, then there would be no need.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and by now you may have realized that all of this has happened exactly the way it was supposed to.
This last section was something that Logan and I worked together on for a really long time. When I first saw it, I had this great feeling for how it could be like a really nice, impactful moment. And so I got this really kind of awe-inspiring, inspirational music to put behind it, and Logan absolutely hated it. I stuck to my guns and asked him to stick with it for a while and play it for a couple of days, a couple of weeks, and see how things went. And he ended up totally coming around to my side of thinking. Initially, we were unsure if we went for this kind of pure feeling that it would just be really hokey. And I ended up reading this essay on television written by David Foster Wallace. And it really kind of encouraged me to kind of get over that sort of postmodern, too cool for anything aesthetic, and to just really go gung-ho into sort of rewarding you for ending the game by giving you something really nice.
This level was created early on. I liked the idea of giving the player some time to think about their journey rather than ending the game immediately, and I knew film-like cuts would be perfect for revisiting their experience through the game. Chris initially suggested a song for reference, and at first I hated it. I kept listening to it though, and eventually grew to love the song. Matt came up with a track that is even better than the reference material, and it fit perfectly.
Your life will always be a struggle, and you will always have problems. But today,
I wonder if there's enough time to get to the avocado in this scene.
even though it meant facing obstacles that seemed impossible at first, you thought outside the box, and you overcame them. Because you saw things from every angle, you understood them for what they really were. Because you kept moving forward, no matter how far off the path you were told you were headed, or how unexpected it became, you found your way. In a few minutes, you'll be back in the real world, and some part of you will say that none of this was real. So, how could it have really meant anything? But, just like the power of perspective itself, it will have been as real as you believed it to be. All you've got to do is wake up.
There we go.
That's it. That's the game.
Yeah, and thanks for listening all the way through. If you did that.
Thank you for exploring our dreamy environments. I love you.
The models, textures, avocados, let's see, materials, rubber duck, apples. I think that's all of the art.
And thanks for enjoying the music and sound.
And the writing.
And the code that holds everything together.
Don't worry, I'm not done enjoying it. I've still got stuff to find.
Are we going to talk about the design goal of this level?
Please, do.
The goal was to show you who made the game.
Thank you.
I think they succeeded.
Hello, 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 hello.
Warning, the average adult can only withstand 3 to 5 hellos per night.
Absolutely.
What the fuck?
Hello, 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 hello.
Dr. Glenn Pierce, this is clearly intentional.
Why do I feel like everything is going wrong?
Noted, Dr. Pierce.
Hello, hello, hello.
Warning, this is extremely rude.
It's extremely funny.
Hello, my name is.
Insignificant.
I'm surprised they didn't.
My name is Dr. Glenn Pierce, and I'd like to thank you
This is respectful.
because you saw things from every angle. You found your way. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You're now headed in the right direction. All you've got to do is wake up.
I'm surprised none of the dialogue talked about the top tier comedy of this game. Come on, throw me into the air. I want to see if there's a ceiling here. Huh? Oh, I can bring it wherever I want. So long as I don't place it... Huh? So long as I don't place it on the ground in this room. Interesting. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. Okay, that's how you can reset their position. Okay, so table, cheese.
Hello, my name is Dr. Glenn Pierce. Hello, 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 hello. My name.
Okay, restart. Select level. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 constellations. So, chair. Soda. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think the radio was the 7th. Let's recenter you a little bit better. Okay. Let's browse to screenshot. I'm just gonna post that with no context. See if anyone notices. Okay. Achievements. Vaguely activated achievement. Congratulations on doing something. I still think that's find all the eggs. And then I hit an achievement. I was very confident this was going to be for getting all of the... Just get all the collectibles. Maybe it's for beat the game in co-op mode? Oh, I guess I still need to unlock all of this stuff. Create private room, max players 1. Bum bum. Or bumba.
Welcome to Somna Sculpt Group Therapy. Limited standard orientation protocol initiated.
Maybe the hidden achievement is
Terms of service accepted.
for beating the
Congratulations on
game in
falling
multiplayer
asleep.
mode,
Welcome to Somnasculpt. Your
or
progress may
perhaps
be
by
monitored
hosting.
by qualified specialists.
It could
This
also be for the
orientation will
versus mode.
adapt you to eyelids. Our interactive.
Yeah, I guess things I can try is playing the parts of the game that I haven't touched, which definitely includes the multiplayer. I like messed with the co-op a little, the versus mode a little bit, but I didn't really do anything with it. I didn't do like a full run through. I also haven't actually played with anyone. I'm going to see how many points I get for beating the first level, because I also need to get all of the multiplayer unlockables, which is a bunch of purchasable cosmetics, even though I can't actually see any of them. I wonder which level is the shortest. Level 4 probably has the least variance in its time, because there's not really any puzzles, so it's just walk from start to finish. Why does this keep turning off? I want that to stay on. Okay, return to lobby. How do I get points? Switch cosmetics here. Objects in mirror are more detailed than they appear. Ah, true. Available dream coins. Wake up. Hmm. Okay, so standard body and then shiny body. Okay, how... How do I get the points then? Play through games online. Okay. So I play through this in order to get dream coins. This bothers me. 02 to 01, 01 to 02. They cost the same amount, just move this one over. Okay, so it looks like it's just multiplayer and 2 achievements. In addition to some remaining secrets. There's eggs. There's this writing on the wall which says, "Why are you doing this?" There's random miscellaneous stuff that may or may not actually be a thing. There's the avocado. Which I'm fairly certain the avocado is a thing. Like, there's a big old sound effect when it pops open. That seems pretty important. Okay, I have a little less than an hour remaining. So, okay, which levels have I already found eggs in? I found an egg in level 2, level 3, level 5. I have not found an egg in level 6. Level 7 has 2 eggs, and then level 8 has an egg. So level 1, 4, and 6, I have not found an egg in. Very surprised in level 6 there was not an egg in behind the window. In the pool room. I haven't found an egg in level 4. But let's look at level 1. So they said they put the eggs in hard to reach locations. I wonder if there's any point in your jump arc where you can actually reach that. Hmm. Okay, so there is collision up there. So if I get a physics launch here and hold forward, okay, the collision does not go back any further. Okay, I don't know where the cheese went. Oh? Oh, right, that's just what that door looks like from the back. Okay, let's get a launch over on this other side. Come on. Although, I don't think even any of the Easter eggs required a physics launch. It was just out-of-the-way places that were a little difficult to get to. Or a lot difficult. But they were still possible to get to within the intended game parameters. I doing? This would have been a good spot to put an egg. Although, it's not as clever as the other ones. Actually, I think that might just be a texture. A weird texture. I don't think it actually goes inward. I don't think there's any depth. Oh, the roof. I was gonna try to get on top of that room, but there's a ceiling in the way. Come on. And these ones actually don't have collision. Most of the time these lines have collision. Or rather, I guess, ropes holding things up. Give me cheese. I have a ventilation system to get on top of. This is going to be a lot more awkward using this cheese's base orientation. You wanna just give me a physics launch? Oh, I think I saw a thing. One of these days I'm gonna get it. Cheese? Cheese. Oh. There's nothing up here? Nothing? Nothing. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the egg that has the face on it, because that specific egg is the icon for the achievement. I'm going to go use the restroom while this is running. Okay, back. Now, the interesting thing is, one of the hidden achievements, I still haven't, like, I am out of ideas outside of maybe the avocado thing. Okay, so looking at the Steam achievements. Okay, global achievements. Vaguely activated achievement. 6.7% of people have it. Okay, the hidden achievement is actually not the rarest achievement. Excluding the Steam Workshop achievements, the speedrun 30-minute, and then all fire alarms, and then all fire extinguishers. Wait. Oh, polite recognition is actually... It's actually more common than all fire extinguishers. So it's impossible for that to be... get all items to unlock. I'm guessing that's get all constellations, because those are the title screen stuffs. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, so vaguely activated achievement is actually more common than getting all of one kind of collectible. So either it's not that hard or just a bunch of people looked it up. Although there is a drastic drop off from put the soda in a recycling bin at 17.2% to vaguely activated at 6.7%. And whatever the hidden achievement is, it's more common than finding all fire extinguishers and all fire alarms. So it can't be terribly hidden. Excuse me. It could possibly be find all Easter eggs, because even if they're more well hidden than the like alarms and stuff, there's a lot fewer of them. I'm still able to interact with this. Maybe it's like give me my money back or something. It would probably have activated by now. Excuse me. Okay, so the collision starts being proper. Yeah, halfway through. That's funny. Oh, that's why I thought this was a tunnel. You can see into the other room. Okay. The spinning top and the avocado pit, I think, are the... Off the top of my head, those are the only unique objects, aside from the eggs, that I can interact with and physically move around, that I haven't done anything with. Interesting, I can actually drop that in there. What do I do with the spinning top? I mean, unless that's intended to just be miscellaneous junk floating in the void. That should be hollow, but it's not angled up enough for me to get underneath of it, I don't think. And there's no way for me to shrink myself. Okay. Egg. Actually, wait, I'm a dumbass. I just wasted a lot of time. Because I can just go here and then interact with the computer. Congratulations on doing something. I am so very lost as to what I'm supposed to do with this. Unless the congratulations on doing something is a reference to the players just doing things that have no purpose to get into little nooks and crannies, and then the devs put the eggs there. So maybe it is find all of the eggs, and the finding, and it's a reference to how the eggs locations were originally found. But then there's also the letters. What do they mean? Maybe the letters are something to do with the... Maybe the letters are linked to the egg? Because you get up here and then it immediately shows you a letter, but also if you look down here, the egg is plainly visible, and immediately above the egg is an L. B, D, E, E, L, U, P. Those are the letters that I currently have. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't more letters. Those are just the ones that I currently am aware of. I actually didn't try and get up here in developer commentary mode. I wonder if there's any dialogue. These were probably given to you to make it easier to traverse. Sorry about that, just got some dust in my eye. Oh yeah, these are also going to be more annoying to use because they don't auto-align to... Oh, this one, the blue chess piece auto-aligns. The pawn does not. That's very interesting. Okay, I do not have much time left, so I'm just gonna do a quick sweep of what I'm able to get to. Which is going to be nothing because I just fell down like a dumbass. Okay, that's all the time I have for today. Thank you all for anyone who watched, and farewell.